What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, September 25th, 2025. We're here at Polderbaan, where it is pretty windy. It is promising to be a sunny day. There's a bit of cloudiness around the place, mostly high clouds. No rain is expected. Departures to the north. The wind is blowing from the northeast. I'd say that the wind is blowing from there more or less, judging the feel. Welcome to the show, everybody. Marja, goedenavond. And good morning to everybody else. I saw that Peter renewed his membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylounge. Peter, thank you for your vote of confidence. And welcome back, mate. Very good morning to everybody. Stefan, goedemorgen. Visual Studios, Rob, Rien, Gamer Mike, Ramon, good morning. Erik, Martijn, Adrie, Razor, good morning. Parallel departures in progress. EasyJet, the next departure to Liverpool. There's also an A350 already on site. Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan. Lindsay, goedemorgen. John, good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody. Alrighty. I hope that the stream is not going to be very delayed. I am testing out a change in latency setting. There are 3 settings in YouTube Studio for live streams: ultra low latency, low latency, and normal latency. And up till now, I've always been using ultra low, which should give less delay. But higher susceptibility to buffering, and that goes even more for ultra low. Never had it on ultra low, but I have changed it now to normal to see if it makes a difference, if it makes a noticeable difference, and if so, what that difference might be. The airplanes are crabbing out, as you can see. It's quite interesting to see. Compared to the runway heading, they are leaning to the right, crabbing out, as it were. Last stream, I thought people reported a delay of 40 seconds already, so that is already what normally would be the specs for that normal latency. So I'm wondering if it makes a difference or not. Just a test. We'll see. This is Delta Airlines Flight 133 to Detroit, Michigan, the November 501 Delta November. This particular airplane, 8 years old, first flight May 2017. In the meantime, a very good morning. Milan, Pierre, good morning. Christel, goedemorgen. Marijke, goedemorgen. Jillard, goedemorgen. Everjohn, goedemorgen. Marianne, goedemorgen. Dennis, goedemorgen. And there was a 747 that was taking off as I arrived here on the scene, but that was earlier in the morning. I think already around 9 o'clock. That one you did miss, but then again, so too did I. No 747s in the stream thus far. I hope there will be a few, but you never know with departures, because the estimated time of departure almost never is correct. Even if there are expected departures in the list, they might get cancelled, they might get postponed. You never know. Hans, goedemorgen. Greet, goedemorgen. Thierry, goedemorgen. Gabriel, bom dia. Olaf, good morning, good morgen. Welcome one and all. Next airplane coming this way, and have a look. By zooming out, you can see the crabbing of the airplane. It's basically the opposite of what would happen during an arrival. Their tail pointing in our direction, even a little bit to the left of where we are standing. That is crabbing out. Crosswind departures. Blackbirds, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, 15 knots of wind blowing from the northwest. No, 16 now. In the direction of the runway heading of the Takeoffs actually, with a little bit of variation. Otherwise it is still calf okay, but you can see this 11 degrees Celsius combined with the wind makes it for the feel a little chilly. You can already see that the fisherman's friend, my fisherman's friend, has already returned here to check the nets. We also got to see him on Monday. That's usually not a good sign for the buffering, whether or not it is true. Whether or not he actually has an influence on it, I don't know. I don't think so, but... Hey Nancy, good to see you again, welcome back. Scavenger, good morning. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Thomas, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Welcome one and all, guys. Pretty windy. Had it been arrivals here, it would have been beautiful crosswindy arrivals, but now if you check out, when I zoom out a little, when the airplanes have gotten airborne, you'll see they are crabbing out, which is also nice to see. Have a look. Already it is turning to the right, yawing. Here you can see now the butt is still right of us. Airplane fuselage, now it's in line with us. And I think, yeah, now they're even leaning into the wind a bit further. Well, it's also getting further away, so... But if you compare that with the runway heading, you can see they are absolutely crabbing out. In the meantime, number 192 Lion has taken off from the center runway. Air France. Oui, oui, omelette du fromage. E2 Embraer 195 is next, coming this way. It is still on the taxiway back from the main platform area to here. The only thing we can see is a little shark tail. The tail fin. Stefan, goedemorgen. Mark, goedemorgen. Bobbers, good morning. Stranger, good morning. Jetstream Journeys, good morning. Jannis, good morning. And a 25-second difference, Mark says. Okay, so that is ballpark for the normal latency. It should make the stream more resilient against buffering. Now this is not a location where you used to get a lot of buffering, but still it is interesting to see how smooth the stream will run on this setting from this location today. It's just an experiment. I used to have it, and I think ever since I started this channel I've always had it on low latency. But then again, if you did get a few stutters here and there, the delay would climb. Would even get even higher than 25 seconds. So let's just see. Windsock, pretty aroused. And Marianne is celebrating 21 months of memberships. Time flies, still enjoying the stream she writes. I'm happy to hear that, Marianne. If it were not the case and you weren't enjoying the streams any longer, I would also like to hear that. Constructive feedback is always handy. Same goes for Nancy, who is celebrating 5 months of membership. Thank you both ladies for your continued support. And I'm happy to hear you guys are still enjoying. Stranger also chiming in. Silver Jubilee month anniversary, 25 months of membership. Thank you so much, Stranger, for your support as well. Always a pleasure whenever you find time to get over here and join me in person. I will hope that everybody who has celebrated a membership anniversary just now is going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. And do let me know if anything can be improved. I always am looking to make things better. Thank you all so much. Good morning, Karen, who's tuning in from sunny Spain. probably a bit warmer there as well, isn't it? Thomas, good morning. It is the Polderbaan. Stefan only has 17 seconds of delay. Hello, Prayu. German Monster, good morning. RDW, goedemorgen. Marino is also celebrating 7 months of membership, 7 months enjoying KLM's home ground. Well, thank you so much, Martino, for your support as well. Happy to hear that everything is still to your liking here at in the channel, and I hope that's going to stay that way for a long time to come. Let me know if anything can be improved. If you have suggestions, let me know. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to report that we are going to see a turboprop in a few minutes. Have a look on Flight Radar, and you can see that the Canadian registered Dash 8 100 from the Coast Guard is coming this way to take off. Now, it's undoubtedly going to be airborne and pretty high already in the sky once it passes us by over here, but still it is nice to see. They don't take off from Polderbaan that regularly. Stranger is planning a visit again soon. I'm looking forward to it already, mate. It is need to. And not just any, this is the 1700 E-Jet. 1700 already. Who else? But my fisherman's friend. Right, well, turboprop incoming. Only vaguely visible. There's a T-tail coming our way. Arjan, goedemorgen. Mike Romeo, goedemorgen, good morning. Nice. German Monster is also warning us that there is a 767-400 underway. That is good news. Hey Dale, good morning. Doug, good morning. Frobisher, good morning. Oh, is that so? Garuda and AMS for a fuel stop? Is that so? Interesting. Is there an estimated time of departure already known? Will it take off from Polderbaan? If the center runway is open, it's going to be a center departure undoubtedly, unless it is returning to another location than Jakarta. No Trent 1000 in that boat, Arjan says. That is a very astute observation. Marino asks about the landing runway. Look in the ticker and you'll see. The ticker updates runway use and the weather report automatically. 06 is the primary runway, and given that there are parallel departures in progress, 06 probably is the only runway right now. 36 right is the secondary runway today. That's always the case when the wind is blowing from the north. Well, almost always. Hey Paul, good morning. Dick, goedemorgen. Marcel, goedemorgen. Fijne donderdag. Hey, that's a nice thing to look forward to, Marianne. Marianne is flying out really early, but to Lanzarote with Transavia. With the retro or with another? Frans, goedemorgen. Frans is tuning in from Norway. Welcome to the show. Dash 8 100 from the Coast Guard. Still a Canadian registration. Charlie something something. Let's see what else is in the pipeline. A319 EasyJet to London Gatwick immediately after this airplane. United Airlines Flight 71 to Newark. That's the 767 probably, isn't it? He definitely does, Martijn. Martijn asks in Dutch if the airplane isn't using additional kerosene by having to taxi such a long distance. And that's certainly the case. I wonder why they didn't choose to take off from runway 04, since that is immediately into headwind. Almost perfectly into headwind. Well, look at the crabbing airplane. With the ground as a frame of reference. Paper they should climb out in the runway heading. Well, no, it's already initiating a left-hand turn to the west, to the sea. You can see the crabbing most clearly in the beginning, just after rotation. Eddie, good morning. Jonathan has been a bad boy this week. He needs Jesus. I'm not sure if we are going to see Jesus today. We can have a look on Flight Radar in a moment. But its cousin is first to take off here. This is EasyJet flight 28673 to Gatwick. And I am seeing another A350 from Delta coming this way as well, turning left from the main platform area to Polderbaan area. Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. And a long distance butt shot. Here we go. Butt shot departures today on AMS Live. Arno, goedemorgen. Now, Jonathan needs Jesus in his life. Let's see if we can give him that. Let's have a look. So yeah, METAR, bit old METAR. Where's Jesus? Jesus is flying over here. Jesus is flying from Edinburgh to Marrakesh. I don't think we're going to see Jesus in today's show yet. Hey, and what is this? That is Cargolux arriving. Okay, Cargolux arrived on the scene in the Netherlands. In the meantime, cheater on Cheater's Lane. KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. See that very regularly, that when there is a wide body approaching the threshold, there's a narrow body behind it. The narrow body gets to use Cheater's Lane, so that it doesn't have to wait for the wake turbulence of the heavy to have dissipated sufficiently. KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki, the PHPXL Bravo X-ray Lima. Ha, Ilona, goedemorgen. QJ, goedemorgen. NCL Aviation, goedemorgen. JW Slijm, goedemorgen. Rudy, goedemorgen. Justine, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Alright, time for a 767-400 to Newark. United Airlines Flight 71. These airplanes are quite rare globally on a global scale. We are lucky here at AMS that we get to see them relatively regularly. Thus far in the existence of this channel, each year we've had at least a week, maybe even two or longer, where United would send their 767-400s to the Netherlands. thus far it always was between Washington and Amsterdam, and now it's been Newark for I think maybe a week or so already. Extended version of the 767-300, and globally speaking quite a rarity. 23 years old this one, first flight February 2002. Crab. Inverted crab fast. Hey, good morning, Carol in the world. Boreas, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. Let's quickly turn around. Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis is about to leave. Second A350 of the show, second Delta A350 of the show. This is the November 507 Delta November, which is 7 years old already. First flight was in January 2018. South Island Aviation, good morning. Welcome back. Good to see you again. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Hope everybody is doing well. It's a windy Thursday here at Schiphol Airport. And German Monster has looked into it and can report that Jesus will visit Amsterdam today, but around 8 in the evening. Well, I'll probably be in the gym by then, so that sounds like I'll have a blessed gym session then. Hey Rudy, goeiemorgen. Brake dust there when the main gear was stopped, the wheels. Hey Jan, goedemorgen. Oh, bit of wind. And here once again to show you how much the airplanes are crabbing. Christophe, goedemorgen. Ronald, goedemorgen. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Haven't seen any duckies yet in the water. The only thing in the water that we have seen that has a pulse has been the fisherman. Next up, KLM Flight 983. It's the Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery. One of two airplanes in KLM's fleet in that livery. Stefan asks if the camera is crabbing. It isn't. It is firmly attached to the ground. Rock solid, I dare to say. It is shaking though. Shivering. But that might be from the cold. Hey Flip, goedemorgen. The Embraer 190 we're waiting to take off is 13 years old. First flight was in April 2012. And let's see, after that we are going to see a 737-800 to Dublin, also KLM. And next after that, the 737 to Copenhagen, and then Embraer 190 to Trondheim. And Flip beterschap. Sick at home instead of being in the Emirates flight. That is very unfortunate, mate. Brody, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Big picture, this is what it looks like. You can see the sun is out, but there are also plenty of clouds still in the way. So it's not abundantly sunny. Then to the north, things are a bit more open. To the west, it is also a bit more open. You can see that the high rises in Schalkwijk are illuminated by the sun. So the sun definitely is shining every now and again, but not here right now. Big airplane on final to 06. Is that the 747? Don't tell me it is. No. Is that a Delta A350? Might be. As you can see, visibility is pretty good. Next up, KLM, flight 1137 to Dublin, Ireland. Oh no, is that a Canadian bank robber in the background? Here to take our money. Nancy says it looks chilly. It is. I'm standing here with my fingerless gloves on. I am lucky enough that I brought my heated gloves and the batteries with me, and I'm thinking of upgrading to make sure. To make sure that the digits don't get too cool and stiff. Hey Patrick, goedemorgen. CJ, morgen. The firefighters are doing their rounds. And the tractor is also doing stuff. To Copenhagen. .747 is turning in above Leiden. Time says it's good to know. It should be coming this way then pretty soon. Let's see. Hey Frank, good morning. Petros, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is KLM flight 1151 to Trondheim, an Embraer 190. KLM flight 1151 to Trondheim, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Victor. It's an Embraer 190, and after that we are going to see an Embraer 175 to Bremen. Good morning Ray, and good morning to all others. Tina, goedemorgen. Let's see, is that the 747 already? Looks like it. Yep, it is. Let me zoom out a little. This would be Cargo Lux flight 2613, arrival from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in. This is the LXUCV 747 400, 8 hours and 10 minutes underway. 21-year-old airplane, first flight April 2004. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. Rakete 88, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Now, unfortunately, this is where we're going to lose the airplane. So let us continue with what we can see best over here. Number 175. Crabbity crab. Senna, goedemorgen. Dalia, good morning, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, one of the two runways in use now for departures. We have wind blowing from the northeast, pretty fierce. If you look in the meter in the ticker, you can see 16 knots with gusts up to 26. So it is pretty windy, and the temperature is 12 degrees Celsius, so that's 54-ish Fahrenheit. Pretty cool. The wind chill also makes it pretty chilly. I'm in the process of trying to put batteries in my heated glass so that I can switch to those. Fingertips are starting to get a little cooled. And if you guys are noticing a little delay, I've changed the stream setting for a test today. There are 3 latency settings in YouTube that you can choose. Ultra low, low. Ultra low, low and normal. I used to use low, and now I am testing out what normal does. Now that obviously means a bit more delay, but it should also provide more stability and less chance of buffering. So I'm just checking out if that makes a difference in the stability. If it doesn't make a significant difference, but it does give a significant delay, then of course I will go back to the settings I had it on before, and up till now had it on since the inception of the stream. How many seconds of delay are you guys experiencing on average? I saw reports of 40 seconds, but also 17 seconds. So I'm curious what the average is for you guys. Hey Bait, what up Bait? Ray says around 13 seconds of delay. That is acceptable. That is acceptable. Michael, good morning. AKG, good morning. About 10 seconds, Visual Studio says, so those are quite good figures, I have to say. Not necessarily that much worse than the other setting I had it on. Now if it means no more buffering or less, that's even better. Meantime, the firefighters are greeting us and the police driving past behind me. Also a wave to the police officer, not Rudolph, but one of his colleagues. Alrighty. 22 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds. Okay. Alright. I don't think that is very much longer than it usually was. I'm just testing it out today. It's not like I cannot go back to the old settings. I'm just curious. There's a trade-off between delay and stability of the stream, and I'm just wondering if this makes if this is a trade-off worthwhile implementing. I was hoping to go back to Victor 3, but that place was already occupied by a colleague of mine who was very angry when I was going there, and he was already there, and now he's there. So I'm standing here. Victor 3 is the litmus test. That's the place where reception traditionally has been the worst around Schiphol, other than the P3 parking. Anyway, let's just see. 40 seconds for Rick. Hey, and if you refresh Rick, what then? This is KLM flight 661 to Houston in Texas, 777-200. PHBQC, Bravo Quebec, Charlie. Wouter, goedemorgen. Flight Devil, goedemorgen. Good morning. Morning one and all. It's going to get a little bit more busy with wide bodies. KLM flight 601 to LAX and 605 to San Francisco. One after another. Firefighters in the background. This is KLM flight 601 to LAX. This is the BQA Bravo Quebec Alpha 777-200. 22 years old, first flight September 2003. After that, 605, KLM flight 605 to San Francisco. The California bound airplanes are taking off. Gust. Next up, A78710, KLM flight 605 to San Francisco, the PHBKQ, Bravo Kilo Quebec. There it is already. And this particular airplane is brand new, first flight July this year, still under warranty. German Monster informing us that there's also another Delta A330 coming this way. Lovely. And Rick says after a reset 25 seconds. So if you are experiencing a significant delay, try reloading. That might result in less delay. PD de Vries, goedemorgen. PD de Vries is tuning in from Heemstede, which is just a little bit further to the west from where I am standing. PD de Vries is informing us that he can hear the airplanes leave, and that is not strange since the wind is blowing the engine sounds into the direction of Heemstede. If you look on the map and you see where Heemstede is, it is more or less behind Vijfhuizen, which is already here. So it's probably a little bit further that way, I think, since Schalkwijk is already over here. But more or less to the west of me, that's where you can find Heemstede. KLM flight 1019 to Leeds up next. Pete asks, how does one test the delay? Well, you can see the time of the stream at the time of the stream in the ticker, or at least in the bottom left corner of your screen. So if you can see the time there and you compare it with what is on your clock, you can see how much the delay is. German Monster asks, who is warranty? Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Let's see, what else is over there? We have Air Baltic to Tallinn. And what else? Oh, KLM 749 to Bogota is coming. KLM 639 to San Diego is also underway. Next up, KLM flight 1019. It is a Britty hopper going to Leeds. Embraer 190. This one is how old? Scroll. 11 years. First flight January 2014. I notice it takes a little getting used to again using gloves that cover the fingertips as well. The heated gloves do that. It's different when you handle the controls with your bare fingers or with a bit of cloth in between. Frank, it's a modem, so wireless modem with a SIM card in it. That creates a hotspot. My laptop and phone connect to that via Wi-Fi, and the modem uses 5G to broadcast it into the ether, so to speak. Blue New Holland tractor with a lawnmower contraption on the front, passing by. Hey Marissa, goedemorgen, good to see you. More blue in the chat, good to see you Marissa, hope all is well. Otis, goedemorgen, good morning. 15 seconds, that's still acceptable. Dave, good morning. Badger, good morning. Fran Sebastian, good morning. "20 seconds for paid. Mieke, goedemorgen. So it doesn't look like the delay in this setting is that much bigger than it used to be, I think. Thing is, I did not ask you guys what your delay is when I had it on the other setting, but I can do that next time if I go back to the low latency setting that I had it on up till now. KLM flight 749 to Bogota is next. Bogota is the capital of Colombia. Colombia is a country right next to in Latin America. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Golf KG. 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2020. Kees, goedemorgen. Jeff, good morning. Freddy Dutch, good morning. And Jan, this is the test stream. This is the test stream. Today I changed it. I always had it on low, and now it is on normal, which on paper should give a bit more delay, but more stability. Now, don't know if the delay used to be more or less than 20 seconds that a lot of you guys have been reporting. It seems very very minute. Now then again, this was also never a location where reception was poor. We have direct line of sight with the 5G mast over here. Victor 3 is actually the litmus test, but that is already occupied. So I'll have to test that at a later day. Barbacan, good morning, buongiorno, come stai? Benvenuto. Sarah, good morning. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, everybody. Dag het niet. Goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 639 to San Diego, the BHO, Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel, Oscar. Hey there Honda, hey there Air Alton, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, north side, near the excrement pipes. To the north, the sky is somewhat open. Further to the south, it is more cloudy. The dichotomy in today's sky, high pressure over the Netherlands, but to the south, there is a big area of cloudiness and rain, raining pretty fiercely further to the south, and the edges of that system are lying around the south border of the country, which means that we more or less can see it from over here. If you look at the horizon, you can see it's more cloudy over there, and if you look further to the north, more clear. Now unfortunately for us, the sun is right there and it's going to move into that part, so I don't think it's going to get very sunny here anytime soon, but it will stay dry. It's not expected to rain today, and also tomorrow it should stay dry. Hey, thank you for the kind words, Barbican. Happy to hear you are getting enjoyment of following the streams. I hope it goes for everybody. If you are enjoying the streams and you want to help this channel reach a wider audience and you want to help for free, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and maybe tell a friend about the channel. Marino is waiting for the delivery of the A350s to KLM. I think with you, many are doing that. Those should look pretty. They get delivered, they'll definitely draw the attention of viewers. Alright, it is time for Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York JFK. Delta A330-300. It's holding short, which begs the question, is there anything going on the runway? The answer is no. I do see the burst controller, but behind me on that tarmac strip right next to the runway, and yeah, you can see it's entering the field of view. The Delta A330 is lining up right now. Mark, good morning. Electronica, good morning. Martien, goedemorgen. Martino, goedemorgen. Should be out again tomorrow doing a stream, absolutely. That's the plan. That's the plan, alright. Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York, just fucking kidding, is lining up. Yeah, you're right, Frank. Maybe I should take up the tips that were given earlier in the week about maybe also streaming in the afternoon, the local afternoon more often, to also draw in the United States audience. It seems that the airplanes are... Oh no, I spoke too soon. I was about to say it seems that the airplanes aren't crabbing as violently anymore as they did in the beginning of the show, but they definitely still are if you look closely. You'll see. Richard, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. One of two runways in use, parallel departures to the north. The wind is blowing from the northeast. And you can see in the ticker, parallel departures in progress. 06 is now the only runway in use for arrivals. Landing on 06 means more or less headwind for the airplane's landing. So I'm not expecting any go-arounds despite the strength of the wind. Yeah, maybe Roelof can also provide some police tape. It's Roelof, by the way, R-O-E-L-O-F. Good morning to France. Good sir who does not have a username. How do you guys pull that off? I tried it, but I didn't succeed in creating a username that didn't have a name. If you look at flight radar, you can see there are more airplanes coming this way. This is EasyJet going to Bristol. But we also have Shamrock, KLM, 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 KLM. What? Is this Schiphol Airport or something? Home of KLM. Blue KLM. What else is coming? KLM, KLM. This is getting scary. It's a blue Exodus. This is EasyJet flight 22922 to Bristol. Hey Barbacan, thank you so much for your generosity. Barbacan just now gifted the membership. Who is the recipient? Ah, it's German Monster. I thought you were a member already before, weren't you? Welcome back, German Monster. I'm sure you'll say thanks to Barbacan. Make sure that you have fun with the custom emojis now that you have access to them again. DB Basement is also back in the chat. Barbacan, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. Martin Dingle, good morning. Jan says I used to have about 7 to 12 seconds delay, now it's about 20 seconds, which I find okay. Also noticed, I haven't noticed any stuttering today. Yeah, well, the litmus test, like I said before, Jan, as you know, is of course Victor 3. That's the the location where the modem has to struggle hardest to find reception. Now that I had to scroll up, my chat window has frozen again. Let me see, can I do that with one finger? Nope, it's stuck now. Not seeing your messages. Aer Lingus, undoubtedly to Cork, or more likely Dublin. Wait, no, it is updating, I think. I'm just not seeing the last messages. I do see now that Martino went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Martino, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. 5 new members courtesy of you. I hope that everybody who just now received a membership from you will say thanks. Make sure to have fun with the custom emojis that you receive as a member, or at least receive access to. Thank you so much, Martino, for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. I'm trying to get my phone screen, my chat back to the last message. It's not working. Yeah, I have to reload the chat window, it seems. So let me copy the URL, open a new window, paste the link I just copied, go to live chat and scroll to the bottom, and there you go. Okay, we're back again in business. That was KLM flight 1293 to Billund that just now took off. Hadi Ton, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. John McKenzie, good morning. Still a bit... Is it updating? Wait, now it is, I think. Yeah, it is. All right. Sometimes I have my chat window in my browser. There's a link to the chat, and if you use that, you can see the live chat. Without having to resort to going to the YouTube website and also see the video. But it is a bit finicky. Each time I touch the screen, I risk opening up a pop-up window, and if that is open but I'm not seeing it, which often happens, my chat window does not continue updating. And it's highly annoying and sometimes pretty hard to get back to the default settings. Okay, what's this? Is that Hainan Airlines? Surely it's not, is it? Right, things are updating again. Ramon, goedemorgen. Greg, goedemorgen, good morning. Alright, let's see, it is time for KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru, which is right next to take off now. 777-300 the PHBVF Bravo Victor Foxtrot. Ah, Shenzhen, thank you Marissa. Nick, goedemorgen. En Rick, goedemorgen. Malay, goedemorgen, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us in the meantime. For now, it is a narrow bodies exodus with a KLM A321neo next, going to Person-Chester. There it is already. Facts, eh? Airplane a year old. First flight was in July last year. Already in July. I think we saw the delivery flight of this airplane, didn't we? Hey Zigasar, good morning. Lindsay, goedemorgen. Moments we're going to see an EasyJet also leaving for Person-Chester. Curious if they'll fly the same route or maybe not. We are first going to see KLM flight 1231, which is going to leave for Göteborg. That's 737-700. After that, Norwegian. Well, I mean after the second flight to Person-Chester. Then we have an airplane that is going to Quito, which actually is the capital of... The dichotomy in the sky, we've seen it before, and today we can see it again. In other words, in one part it is very open, in one part it is much more cloudy. I wonder if it is going to open up more. I think the high pressure area is expected to win terrain and is expected to push the cloudiness further to the south. Hey Koen, goedemorgen, good morning. Max, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. BA is in Cheaters Lane, going to London Heathrow in a moment. I wonder who will leave first. Whatever the case, BA will probably leave before the 777. I'm not sure if Norwegian is going to take off first next after this airplane, or if BA will. Norwegian is lined up already. Norwegian flight 83539, Gustav Vigeland. But BA is also lined up, so that means BA is going to go first on its way to London Heathrow, an A320neo.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Merry fucking Poppins, London.
Fat fingers, that's what you get when you are wearing gloves that also cover your fingertips. Mishaps happen. BA flight 429 to London Heathrow. Hey Jay, good morning. Good morning Ali. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. This is the Golf Tango Tango November Yankee. Drifting out. Seven. Having taken off from the center runway. Hey Jindrosek, goedemorgen. Bonjour, salut. Time for Norwegian. Let's see if there is a grumpy person on the tail. Maybe I should use them in combo then, Jeff. That man certainly isn't smiling welcomingly. Time for two wide bodies, KLM 777-200 to Quito, and then Delta Airlines Flight 143 to Bill J's hometown of Seattle, Washington. That's an A330. KLM Asia going to Quito, the capital of Ecuador. This is the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, India, the BQI. 20 years old already, first flight November 2004. Hey, W, good morning. PHCKB, active of flight radar. What's its destination and what does CDM say in terms of runway assignment? Hey, Paul, good morning. How's the bastard's goods? He asks. That's a good question. Truth be told, I haven't seen any coots in the water yet, nor any other aquatic birds. Only Russell and his cronies have been sighted here, and the fishermen as well. No ducks, no coots, no grebes, no nothing. So I don't know how they are. I know they're seemingly in hiding right now. I'll keep my eye out open for you, and if I spot them, I'll let you know and I'll show them. This is Delta Airlines Flight 143 to Detroit. No, not to Detroit, to Seattle, Washington. It's a Neo, 2 years old, first flight September 2022. So it should turn 3 somewhere this month. Up and away. Cynthia, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Edwin, goedemorgen, good morning. CKB to Hong Kong to center, that's a pity. Going to center, but it is 10 to 11. Are you sure it's going to center? They'll have to hurry up. In 10 minutes, if all is well, Polderbaan should become the only runway in use for outbound traffic. Hopefully the KLM 747 will take it easy. Our next arrival to depart, as it were, Ryanair flight 3101, destination Dublin, Ireland. KLM flight 1005 to London Heathrow. Over there, one of the A321neos. Which one is this? This is Fax H. Pretty windy here, as you can see. No birds in the water whatsoever. And apparently they're still doing something over there. There is an excavator over there. And also some escort vehicles or whatever they are. The sun is shining bleakly through not too thick, but also not very thin clouds. The Ryanair to Dublin is rolling, coming this way. Flight 3101 to Dublin, Ireland. CKB already on the roll. That's a pity. So it is going to go to the wrong runway then. If only they had 10 minutes of delay, it would have had to come to this runway instead. Next up, KLM flight 1005 going to London Heathrow. Fax H. A321neo. This one is brand new, less than a year old. First flight of this airplane was in May this year. Boss says it looks like gophers are already at work in the ground. Is that so? On the other side, you mean, or? You mean this, or? Hey Gurdeep, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hope you're doing well. SAS to Copenhagen up next. Flight 552, A320. Hey John, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. Daniel, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, guys. Now, let's see what else is coming this way. Another SAS is on the move. Delta Airlines to Salt Lake City is on the move. So it's now 6 minutes to 11 and the KLM cargo is rolling. Is it still coming to the center runway? Is it still going to the center runway, or is it coming to the Polderbaan? That is the question. Alex, good morning. It's looking like the sun might start to shine here, albeit briefly. It's definitely shining through less dense clouds now. Semi-sunny over here. The next airplane to arrive is going to become visible pretty soon. It's over there, I think. No. Where is it? Not yet visible. Still going to center. That is disappointing. SAS flight 822 to Oslo is coming. More planes are on the move. KLM flight 597 is also on the move, but I can see it's on the taxiway to the threshold of the center runway. 777 to Copenhagen, to Cape Town. I'll get my coat. It's 3 minutes to 11, and if all is well, in 3 or so minutes from now, the center runway should close. Probably right after the 747 has taken off from it. Yeah. I was saying it and Marissa was writing it in the chat. It's probably going to be the last airplane for now, and then 40 minutes of just the Polderbaan for outbound traffic. If you look on Flight Radar, you can see there's ample airplanes still on their way out. I think the vast majority of them, of what you can see now on Flight Radar, should come to the runway we are standing next to. Time for me to take a small sip of vodka. Okay, then flight 597, I can hear the engines. And now I can hear the engines of SAS as well. Oh, tilt access. Okay then, flight 597 to Cape Town in South Hey there, Karsten. Goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hope we are doing well. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. For one more airplane. For the duration of one more departure, one of two runways in use for outbound traffic. The 747 to Dubai. Moving. There it is. CKB, wasn't it? Against gorgeous cloudy backdrop, climbing out. Meanwhile, bobbers, thank you so much for your generosity. Coffee and planes, a nice way to relax. Thank you so much for your support and for the kind words. I'm happy to hear you're enjoying, mate. Hope that goes for everybody. Not sure if that was supposed to happen, bobbers. The same message in the same super chat twice. Mate, thank you so much. I hope that wasn't accidental. And an incidental combo shot with the 777 that we saw take off to Johannesburg earlier. In the background, in the opposite direction. Let's quickly turn around. Delta is ready. Delta Airlines A330neo, and I have to scroll back on Flight Radar to that part of Schiphol so that I can click on the label. This is Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City in Utah. The November 422 Delta Zulu. 2-year-old airplane, first flight April 2023. up and away. And it seems that we have crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. If you are enjoying what you've been seeing thus far and want to support the channel for free, liking and subscribing and telling a friend is definitely the way to go. Heavy's underway over here. So sit back and relax, ladies and gentlemen. It seems that K1 is doing exactly the same. Third A350 of the show, the third of Delta as well. Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia. And behind it, KLM flight 591, which is going to go to Johannesburg, South. I'm actually going to switch from having my winter hat over my my cap to taking the hat off and putting the hoodie of my parka up. I think that should probably also provide a little better coverage from the wind for the voiceover mic. In the meantime, PH Jet is celebrating his first month of membership. Mate, thank you so much for your support, upwards and onwards. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to ameliorate the situation. Frank would love a possible with a good voeling. Play on words in Dutch. Vueling and vulling. That's the same word but with double L and not the E. Is filling. And a bossebol is a type of pastry filled with whipped cream. A good filling. Split Scimitar, good morning. I am definitely well today. Hope you are too. And thank you for asking. After the 777 is another Delta A330. Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. Vueling after that. It wasn't accidental. Well, doubly thank you, Bobbers. That is extremely generous of you, and you really didn't have to do that. Once was twice enough. But just checking. Definitely wouldn't want you guys to be accidentally giving me more money than you intended to do. It's not even mandatory to begin with. And definitely I don't want you guys to be spending any money on AMS Live that you might need yourselves. Right, third A350 of the show, a third Delta A350 as well today. We're lucky to see Delta flying the A350 again to Amsterdam more regularly than a couple of weeks ago. Delta Airlines Flight 73 to Atlanta, Georgia, the November 569 Delta Zulu. Now rolling, 9 years old, first flight March 2016. (767) to New York JFK is delayed and not scheduled to depart until 1:30. Well, that's... Well, yeah, well, it should have taken off from... it would have taken off from Polderbaan regardless of the time. What time was it supposed to take off? Fools, well, I'm still around here around 1:30. Don't have any appointments today that I need to go home for earlier than unlike on Monday. So if all is well, my plan is to stick around until the outbound peak between 1 and 2 has finished. United 767 to Houston is being pushed back. Thank you for the update, Marissa. Looking forward to seeing more wide bodies here. Never enough. We don't do fat shaming. We embrace wide bodies here on AMS Live. This is KLM Flight 591 going to Johannesburg in South 777-300 the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Victor BVV. 4-year-old airplane, first flight December 2020. How's the crabbing? Not as much as the previous airplanes in the beginning of the show did, by the looks of it at least. The Delta 767 was scheduled to depart around 11:10. Well, if all is well, we should still see it later. No worries there. The Delta A350 in the meantime at the North Sea Canal, where it initiates the left-hand turn. That's the standard instrument departure. Climb out in the runway heading until you reach the canal, and then either go to the left, to the west, or to the right, to the east. This is Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit, Michigan. A330-300, November 824 November Whiskey is the registration. And this airplane is 10 years old, first flight June 2015 already. Still have to check my old footage. Did some spotting in 05 and 06 at the old spottersplaats of the Kaagbaan. Back when Northwest was still operational. Nice combo shot there with the previous airplane. And I bumped into the footage a couple of weeks back. Was shot with a Canon PowerShot potato camera, very pixelated, but I filmed some stuff and also took some pictures of Northwest Airlines A330s, November something 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 November Whiskey, all those registrations, and I'm wondering if I took pictures or filmed airplanes that are still flying to Amsterdam today, but now under the moniker of Delta Airlines. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning to John as well, and to all others who have joined. Marissa is giving us good news. Singapore Airlines A350 has been pushed back, or is in the process of being pushed back. Indeed, Frank says, according to the A380, I'm not fat, I just have a heavy landing gear. Just big boned. Indeed. Hey Chuck, good morning. Speaking of NWA, nice. Yeah, so there's still old Northwest A330s flying around, and I wonder if I might have actually filmed or photographed a few in 05 and 06. Mental note, check that out. Fueling, voiling, boiling, wheeling, fueling, wheeling, whatever you want to call it. It's airborne on its way to Barcelona. Flight 8301. Hey Gertin, goedemorgen. En MSFS, good morning. Johannes from Nuremberg. Goedemorgen und herzlich willkommen. Gerrit, goedemorgen. Welkom terug. Now, I spy with my little eye that it might be getting a little bit more sunny here pretty soon. Wouldn't that be something? What? No, it's playtime in the back. Playtime in the back. Well, then again, we might see it leave again for Reykjavik later in the show. This is TUI, flight 391 to Bonaire. almost think that looking in this from this angle that the shape of the fuselage looks a little like an egg, more vertical than round. It's funny because the fuselage of a 777, for instance, is perfectly circular. This seems to be more egg-shaped, just like how the fuselage of the 747 is too. Peter asks about TUI Flight 367. Normally speaking, those would take off from this runway, wouldn't it? What's the destination? That's Curacao or something, isn't it? Normally they would take off from this runway. Turkish 777 in the process of being pushed back. Thank you, Marissa. Kirsten says, I asked the flight attendant to change my seat because of a crying baby next to me. Turns out that you can't do that if the baby is yours. Oh shit. Yeah, you're stuck with him now. Vueling or wheeling to Alicante next. The EC lock, LOC. Next up, Delta Airlines. Delta Airlines Flight 237 to Tampa, Florida. November 809, November Whiskey. This airplane is 20 years old already. First flight March 2005. Next after that, we are going to see an Embraer 190 to Ljubljana. Barry is tuning in from Massachusetts. Good morning, Barry, and welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well. It always looks like the airplane is struggling to get that gear retracted, like they're working so hard. Dirty flaps, by the way, at a location that does not seem to be in line directly with the engine's exhaust, so I'm wondering, must be an oil leak then at some point over there. It's 11:16, that means another 25 or so minutes of just Polderbaan open for departures if all is well. 36 left, the only runway now in use, and you can see in the ticker 36 right has opened up a secondary runway for inbound traffic. 06 being the primary runway, and that's not strange given the prevailing wind. The wind is blowing from the northeast today, almost directly in line with the runway heading of 06. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Buenos dias to you too. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good morning, Milan. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is KLM Flight 1989 to Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia. Embraer 190, 16 years old. First flight September 2009. After that, an Embraer 190 to Düsseldorf, KLM Flight 1799. Mirza Games, good morning. constant. It was looking like the sun might start to shine here, but unfortunately, patience is being tested. The sun, can we see sunspots? If the density of the clouds is just right, and if there are sunspots on the surface, we should be able to see them. Now, I don't know if there are any sunspots on the sun's surface right now, but it does look like the cloud density might thicken just enough for us to see. Or is this, well, I think this is too thick already. Needs to be precisely the right density, otherwise you are not able to see it. Now it is looking like it is opening up more to the south as well. This is looking to the southeast. That's definitely looking a bit more open over here in the relative foreground. If you look at the horizon though, you can still see that cloudiness. So right now the southwest actually seems to be the most cloudy over here. Southeast, east is opening up a little. North, more or less constant. At the horizon, more open. And over here, just a little bit of cloudiness. Michael, goedemorgen. What gave it away that it was you, Evan Wonders? Well, let's say that we see you in the chat on a weekly basis and have been now for, what is it, 29 or so months, 2.5 years. Whenever somebody is coming in with a long name, a name that I haven't seen before, but it is a long-standing member, and he's speaking a little Spanish, I suddenly think this might be Evan. What gave it away? Getting to know you. Insofar as one can do that when you see somebody in the live chat for an extended period of time. It seems that the first battery of my heated glove already ran out. Interesting. I did charge them, I think it was 1 or 2 weeks ago. No matter, I've got 3 sets of batteries. Not going to run out of batteries and battery charge anytime soon. Right, our next airplane is SAS flight 556 to Stockholm. And something American in the background. First, I6. EISIX. Right. Let's see. American Airlines at 203 to Philadelphia. 7878. That airplane is how old? 5 years old. First flight July 2020. Barbacan is wondering about duckies anywhere. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any duckies. The only thing in the water we've seen thus far has been the fishermen fishing or checking the nets, the crayfish nets. No ducks, no coots, no grebes. These are, what were they? Visibility sensors or something? We're checking them quite regularly. Bob is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Bob. And Peter says Suparna 747 is coming over the runway. You mean there's a Suparna coming this way? That is nice. And this is Qatar Cargo, flight 8813 to Doha, 777 freighter, the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot uniform. Bob also back in chat. Not sure if I already said hi just now, but if not, then good evening, mate. Hope you've had a good day thus far. Already passed by. Oh, you mean traffic overhead? If there's overhead traffic, you better tell me it's overhead, where it's coming from, where it's going to, where do I need to look? Is it south of me, north of me? Peter wonders about long distance flights. I don't think that they necessarily depart with more delay. Why would they run delay if they don't have to? They do have more ability to make it up, of course, if you fly a longer distance. That's no reason to leave with delay on purpose. Next after this, Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore, A350-900. Orange yellow vests, a strike. No, those are just maintenance guys checking equipment. But I can see why you'd think that. Bird controller is coming this way. Singapore Airlines flight 323 is making its way over to the runway threshold, ready to get lined up to leave for Singapore. Should become visible pretty soon. Right, Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore, A350-900, the 9 Victor Sierra Juliet Echo. The airplane is 4 years old, first flight June 2021. Adi Wilma, goedemorgen. Jordien, goedemorgen. And the sun is beginning to shine over here. There you go. United Airlines Flight 21 to Houston is up next. 767-300 Turkish Airlines Flight 1952. After that, going to Istanbul, 777-300 Right after that, KLM Flight 537 to Kigali. That's an A330-300. It is 11:29 now. Means that another 10 minutes of just the Polderbaan in use for departures. Good morning, Nielsul. Good morning, Stan. Good morning, Josegi. Tuning in from Mombasa in Kenya, which is of course in Africa. JetBlue is JetBlue is also coming this way. JetBlue flight 632 to Boston, Massachusetts. There it is. And another one of those masts where they are checking. Hey Martin, good morning mate. Welcome back, hope all was well. United Airlines Flight 21 to Houston in Texas up next. The November 654 Uniform Alpha. Not sure if you can hear it. I think there are GE90s being spooled up. Meantime, the sun is beginning to shine over here. And a flock of birds is over that field over there. I'm also hearing something with propellers overhead. Is that an A400? I'm not exactly sure that it is. Turkish Airlines up next, flight 1952. Next up, KLM Flight 537 to Kigali. That's the PHAOD 777-200 The airplane is 19 years old. First flight April 2006. Now, Evan, one of the rules of the channel is no politics. And even though you're not giving any political statements here in the chat, you do have a username now that is rubbing some the wrong way. And I can see why. Is it possible for you to change your name to something that is a bit more neutral? Next up, JetBlue, flight 632, A321neo, going to Boston, Massachusetts, to November 4048 Juliet. That is 4 years old, first flight June 2021. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Katie for her weekly ask for 1,000 likes for airplane dance, please. Well, that's not going to happen. You can see there's hardly anybody watching today. The momentum has gone ever since the NATO summit, and I don't think it's going to come back. But I appreciate the call for action, Katie. Thank you so much. You didn't have to use a super chat for that. Mitchell, good morning. Hey, nice reference there, Jeff. No thanks, Turkish. I'm sweet enough. You want some sugar with that, with your tea? Let's see, it's 11:37. I'm expecting pretty soon to see the center runway reopen. It gives me some time to replace another battery. Let's see, stream 1 hour 56 minutes. I definitely did not use those gloves already in the beginning, so less than 2 hours of battery charge with this pair. Alex Bonos back in the chat. Good to see you, Alex. Herzlich willkommen. Hope you're doing well, mate. Hey there, Dodo. Good morning. Ah, bird inspection. Runway inspection in progress. And the first CRJ of the show is also crossing the center runway, coming this way. Airplane stopping there. That's the 737 to Stockholm. Yeah, that's stopping at the parking of Delta, being overtaken now by KLM flight 1663 to Bologna. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Karsten has to go. Thank you so much for joining, mate. Hope to see you again soon. There's the T-tail, only barely visible. So the mounds of sand are in the way only to the extent that they are making it a bit harder to see the airplanes approaching from the center runway or the main platform area to over here. don't see any vehicles on the runway anymore, but the airplanes are not yet taking off. Does allow me to show you that the sky has definitely brightened up over here. Contrails are visible quite well today. There's also something coming this way from the northeast. There it is, coming directly towards me. Twin jet. Right now, to the north there is a bit of high clouds. So too, you can see to the west, the northerly horizon, further to the north, looks to be open. Wind is more or less coming from over there. A little bit further that way. And of course the next airplane already rolling now. KLM Embraer 190. Casper, goedemorgen. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. CRJ time, first of the show. This is CRJ 900 long range. Delta Alpha Charlie November Romeo. 14-year-old airplane, first flight January 2011. Hassan, good morning. What's that? Is that a 767? It does look like a... or is it? No, that's a triple, isn't it? Oh, it was a 767. I thought it was looking like a 767, but then I, for some reason, doubted. The nose did look 767-ish, but I figured that can't be. Anyway, it's 11:43. And thus far, no departures from the center runway yet, but I am expecting that is going to change any minute now. Still, A321neo to Atirau, I think that is, yeah. Air Astana, still coming this way by the looks of it. Had the center runway been opened already, they would have taken off from the center runway, so it's an indication that the center runway is not yet open. That's going to change sometime soon. If Croatia Airlines is coming this way. We'll know that center is still closed. So the question is, what is Croatia Airlines going to do? It doesn't look like it's going to center yet, does it? It doesn't. So Croatia Airlines is also coming this way by the looks of it. That means that the center runway is still formally not yet open. Had it been open, Croatia would have taken the center runway. Meanwhile, lining up here, KLM at 1219 to Stockholm, 737-800, Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf Bravo. The airplane is 17 years old, first flight April 2008. EasyJet to Palma de Mallorca in the background. Huh? The B team? What the fudge? What's that? Never have I seen that before. Pretty sure that they're not allowed to drive there. I think only farmers, the military police and the regular police are allowed with their cars on the road over here. On the cycling path, I should say. EasyJet A319 to Palma de Mallorca, underway. So, temporarily the sun is out. It is now more open than it was in the earlier hours of the show. This is what it looks like to the north. This is what it looks like to the east. Southeast, south, southwest, west. Interestingly, the southwest has the most clouds right now, at least over here. That is usually the other way around. KLM 1325 to Krakow, the PHNXY. Let's see what else is coming this way. Have they begun using the center runway already? One thing at a time. First up, this E2 Embraer 195 to Krakow, KLM 1325. Question, has any one of you experienced a single moment of buffering in today's show thus far? Just says maybe they can't get BA breakfast sedated enough to put them on the plane. Could be, could be. The B team. Paul West is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. How many polls do we have right now? Not as many as on Monday do we? At some point we had 8. No buffering at all. No buffering whatsoever. Okay, well, so I changed the latency settings for today's stream. There are 3 latency settings in YouTube Studio and I've always used low. There are low, ultra low and normal. I've tested out normal today. Means less, more delay a little than normal, but less susceptibility to buffering. Was just wondering if it results in any improved stability of the stream. Now, obviously the litmus test would have been to be streaming from Victor 3. We'll have to do that another time. Okay, let's see. Thus far everything is good. Okay. Well, keep me posted if it does start to occur. This is Air Astana, flight 904 to Attirau. Irish registered, EIKDJ G. Kilo Delta Golf. KDG, not KGB. Now, another question for you guys, because this setting should give a bit more delay. So I'm wondering, what's your time and what is the time in the chat, in the stream in the bottom left corner? How many seconds of delay are you experiencing with the stream today? TUI flight 367 to Willemstad, Curaçao, the Papa Hotel, Tango, Foxtrot, Mike. Peter's friend on board, 10-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. 9 seconds only, Yuri Ying mentions, that's good. 19 for Stefan, which is also still acceptable. No half minute plus. Approximately 22 seconds for Paul, Others 15 seconds stable, 20 for John, 15 for Peter. Right, so that is still, I'd say, within the realm of being acceptable. I thought we also had people reporting 40 seconds of delay on Monday from Victor 3, which was still with the low latency setting. If it results in no buffering and you get a stable connection with only 15 to 20 seconds of delay, I'd say that's better than going to low latency, risk getting some hiccups and end up with a delay that is even more bigger than what you have on this setting. Right. 20 seconds for Paul, 20 seconds for Arjon and for Martijn. Edwin says 30 seconds, but watching it on a beamer. Does that introduce more delay? I don't know if that does. I am curious what it looks like on a beamer though. 20 seconds for Robert. 1 hour and 20 seconds for Jeff. United Airlines 767. Atlas 747 appeared on flight radar and will go to center. Tina says 10 seconds. Frank can tell he lives in the 4th dimension. K3 over here, driving by, throwing wave. Contrail and contrail shadow, nicely visible. The airplane that caused the contrail to form no longer seems to be visible. Things are more open now than they were in the beginning of the show, so if there's something passing overhead that might be interesting to look into, give me a heads up please, and I'll see if I can do that. Paul says, now you have to change the upper left banner to almost live. Yeah. Maybe I will, maybe I will. AMS almost live. Ah, screw you. Croatia Airlines, Bombardier C-Series 300 to Zagreb, the 9A cap. Bust a cap in your ass. Justine, good afternoon. AMS sort of live, indeed, Ray. Our fisherman's friend is coming back. AMS was live would be a good spin-off channel name for clips or whatever. Hey, that's a good suggestion, Ray. Not sure if it'll ever come to that, but that is a great suggestion, I have to say. Is giving a tip here in Dutch. If your stream is running behind severely, click on the cogwheel and increase the play speed. You can also forward a little bit, fast forward, and that'll reduce your delay. In his case, to 7 seconds. 7 seconds. That's pretty good. Gerrit is reporting 18 seconds of delay. Well, there you go. Still curious what this would do at Victor 3 to the south at the roundabout. That's the litmus test. That's the location where reception is most difficult to obtain. Adri has to go. Thank you for joining, Adri. See you later. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. This is an Embraer 190 on its way to London City. Next up will be KLM flight 1167 to Bergen. That's a 737-800. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie, Echo. 11-year-old airplane, first flight March 2014. Parallel departures have resumed again. Sensor is in use. Now, Air Europa to Madrid, 7879. Just now took to the sky via the center runway, there it is. In the meantime, we'll have to wait a few moments before the next traffic is arriving here. This is what the scale of chimney smoke looks like, and let's also have a look at the visualization of everything. Since that has become automated, I've been slacking. But for those of you who are more visually inclined and want to see what the meter is looking like when visualized, this is what it looks like. 17 knots of wind with gusts up to 27, so it is pretty windy. The wind is blowing from the east northeast, and that means that there's a lot of headwind for the airplanes taking off. A lot of crosswind, I should say, and a little bit of headwind. It's Sky okay. Ceiling and visibility are okay. That means that the lower 5,000 feet surrounding the airport is clear of any visual impediments in the form of cloudiness or precipitation. That means 10 plus kilometers of visibility. The air pressure is relatively high. The temperature is still relatively low, 13 degrees. That's roughly 56 F. Yeah, and there is a Saudia Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah, all white. That's probably, yeah, the only runway open right now is runway 06, so that has to go to runway 06. Finnair is coming this way, I think. Finnair flight 1302. Bird control K3 is on the runway doing an inspection in the meantime. Aaron says, every time you say headwind, I think you're saying my name. Yeah, I can imagine that. It does sound similar. Russell Crowe and his cronies have arrived here as well. You might have heard them. Every now and again they've been calling, and they've been present here. You can also see the grass is starting to grow pretty rapidly already. Won't be much longer before we'll have a dense field of grass again on the other side. Finnair is crossing the center runway directly. That is interesting. We should start seeing the tail of the A350 in a moment. Good afternoon, the Bulldozer and Javaris and Hanshorst and all others who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live still. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. One of two runways in use for outbound traffic. Becoming visible in a moment is going to be Finnair flight 1302 to bloody Helsinki, Finland. Bringing us together since 1923 livery. You can see the first signs of the A350. Martin asks an interesting question. Why is it a murder of crows? The only thing I can think of is that back in the day when they thought of this name, they also were under the impression that crows were bringers of death, maybe? Reincarnation of deceased people, maybe? I don't know. Their dark color can imagine that superstitious people will associate that with death. Finnair, flight 1302, bringing us together since 1923. Number 175 to Aberdeen is also coming this way. KLM flight 6901 to Toronto, also coming this way. Tarom A320 to Bucharest, lined up on the center runway right now. That's probably one of those all-white rentals. Casper the Ghost. Hey, that's a good suggestion, Jeff. Ask AI the question. It'll probably give us a funny answer. Time for a small rehydration pause. Now, it is a special livery on paper, but with the exception of the added text behind the wings on the fuselage, it is a standard livery. Still, that is a good looking livery on a good looking airplane. Yep, as expected, an all-white A320 on behalf of Tarom to Bucharest. (737) on final to 06 in the background. Oh, it's a sticker. It's not even a fully special, a full special livery. Barbacan asks why Finnair operates a wide-body airplane from Amsterdam to Helsinki. Well, the obvious answer is because there is sufficient demand for them to be fitting on an airplane like that. So apparently there's a lot of people who want to fly between Helsinki and Amsterdam, enough so that they can use this airplane instead of resorting to a smaller airplane. Interestingly, what I find mostly curious is, more curious maybe, is why we see the A350 often on weekdays. We see a narrow body on other days. It's the same with Air Europa. Don't tell me these are all people who have to travel back and forth for their work. Surely it's not that's not the reason, is it? Up and away. Hey Yin, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Good afternoon, Carl. And welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. 36 left. Wait for another 50 minutes. Is one of two runways in use for outbound traffic. The other runway that is also in use now is the center runway. Traffic to the east will take off from that runway in the next 50 minutes. And everything to the west should leave via this runway. And that means, unfortunately, that the Atlas Air that you can see on flight radar shall leave via the wrong runway. Halimat, goedemiddag. This is KLM Flight 915 to Aberdeen, Embraer 175. And approaching here is KLM Flight 691 to Toronto. The PHBKK, Bravo Kilo Kilo. To see that there is a big fat twin jet producing a contrail not too far north of me, flying east to west. Which one is this? That's a very distinct livery, you would think. I don't recognize it immediately. Undoubtedly a carrier that isn't flying to Schiphol. Now, John, what are you doing? John Logan just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. That is really sweet and generous of you. Thank you so much, John. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Make sure to say thank you to John if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships. Make sure to have fun with those custom emojis, guys. Get creative with them. Goes for all members, new and old. They're there to be had fun with, so make sure you do. John, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Skylines new members. This is KLM Flight 691 to Toronto in Canada. Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo Kilo, 78710 Dreamliner. 4 years old, first flight December 2020. The Dreamliner with already a little bit upward pointing wings, and as you can see, the airplane gains speed. Those wings creep up more and more, and then upon rotation, you can see it has morphed into a Flying AMS Live lookalike logo. Wing curve not exactly the same as the logo, but it does come close. Biman Bangladesh Airlines from Istanbul to Toronto. Well, thank you for letting us know. I didn't even know, I never heard of Biman Bangladesh before. Never knew it existed.
Wrong, 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 wrong.
Atlas Air.
Wrong, 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 wrong.
Taking off via the wrong runway. Very unfortunate. Hey, goedemiddag.
Hi. Jij hebt een prachtig YouTube-kanaal, hè?
Dat klopt.
Over vliegtuigen.
Ja, dat klopt.
Van vliegers, kreefjes voor de veiligheid van de vliegtuigen.
This is for the safety of the airplanes, the crayfish that have been caught. There you can see quite a few already. Yeah, there you go. Wat gebeurt er met ze? What's going to happen with them?
30% is for consumption.
30%?
The rest is destroyed.
Is destroyed.
Yeah.
30% is for consumption and the rest is destroyed. You probably heard that on the microphone. Hey, thanks for letting us know and for showing us. Take care, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hier moet aandacht voor komen. Het is een ecologisch probleem.
Ecologisch probleem, ja, precies. It's an invasive exotic species. It shouldn't be here. Fijne dag hè, dankjewel voor de uitleg. Doei doei.
Hoi.
Dreamliner in the meantime taking off to Mumbai, KLM flight 877, 78710. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat, good to see you mate, welcome back, hope all is well. Now, the next airplane seems to be in the parking spot over there. It's interesting to see that EasyJet to Glasgow is coming this way and has already traversed the center runway. So it's not very busy with outbound airplanes right now. Paul wonders if the name Schiphol is from a town, city or something else. It's a historic name. Schiphol means ship, well, graveyard I think is the best description. This whole municipality, Haarlemmermeer is what it's called. This whole area, everything that you see around here used to be a big lake. It has been made dry a couple of centuries ago, and a lot of shipwrecks were found, I think, here in the area where now Schiphol Airport is located. I think that's where the name came from. If you look on a map around Schiphol, you can also see it if you are on Flight Radar. You can see around Schiphol and around Hoofddorp and also further to the south, there is a circular body of water. It's called the Ringvaart, which is the circular stream, more or less translated into English. And that's where they all pump the water into. It basically is connected to the sea, and that's how they made this whole municipality dry. It's all regained land that used to be an inland lake called Haarlemmermeer. Very big lake. And a lot of shipwrecks. It used to storm here violently, and many ships in the past did not make it. And a lot of shipwrecks, I think, were found in the area where Schiphol is now situated. And that's, I think, where the name historically came from. Saudi flight 933 arriving from Jeddah is on final to 06 and is going to become visible here pretty soon. Saudi flight 933 arriving from Jeddah. The 9HAKK. 5 hours and 35 minutes on the way. All white. 30 years old. First flight June 1995. Let's see, I had just begun going to middle school then. What were you doing in 1995? Alright, now let's see, we have 2 airplanes over here, if all is well. First airplane, EasyJet to Glasgow. A320neo, as you can see. And that's the airplane that was hauled up at the parking for a few minutes. Now also continuing in number 175 to Gdansk. $19.95, Marissa was 5. Ray probably eating snot from my nose in school. Paul was consulting out of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Michael was born in August 1995. Good month to be born in. Leo for the win. Carol becoming a mother in 1995. And Edwin left the Netherlands around that time. Where did you go to, Edwin? And are you still there? Or are you back in the Netherlands in the meantime? I'm also looking up and around me. There is a nice contrail being formed with a shadow as well, as you can see over there. It's an Air Icarus, so cannot see any details right now because of the location in the sky versus the sun, but it's nice to see also that that shade is forming. EasyJet flight 27835 to Glasgow. Interesting question, Ray. Is Michael Carroll's son? It is coincidental, isn't it? Right, let's have a look at that twin jet that was producing a contrail shadow just now. Just south of my zenith. That's looking... yeah, that's Lufty, isn't it? Yeah, that's Lufty new livery. Quite clearly recognizable as such. Is that Ita? I think it might be. Going away via the wrong runway, bastards! Nope. Okay. We learn something new every day. Delta Airlines Flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts is ready to go. Lining up now. A330neo, November 428 Delta X-ray. Airplane a year old, first flight June 2024. Paul, I've got one, Koet sighted, Bastard Koet. Here he is, Chris Koet doing morning cardio, as always. Well, I say morning, but of course it's already past noon. Lunch cardio. Thus far, the only aquatic bird that I have sighted here in the water. I stand corrected. All of a sudden, the crayfish fisherman is gone and the bastard coots have returned. Here you go. 2 coots. But that is still it. That is still it. No ducks, no grebes, no nothing. There is a twin jet coming my way. It's coming from the southwest, interestingly, flying to the northeast. That's a route that you don't see airplanes on that regularly. Again, with the sun not behind us yet, it is hard to find, to see any details in it. Next up, KLM flight 1233 to Göteborg. You saw an airplane in the background in a glimpse, you were right. Two contrails. I wonder, is this going to be a mid-air crossing? It's definitely getting close. Ooh, nice! That was nice. That was nice. That certainly was nice. Yeah, I can see it's an airplane with two engines, but more than that, I cannot see. Alrighty, where's the traffic? Right now, there's not anything coming this way yet. Well, in the meantime, traffic of course taking off from center, Embraer 190 to Wrocław in Poland, there you go. So big picture wise, you can still see that there is cloudiness further to the south. If you look at the horizon, this is looking more or less to the south, a little bit to the east. Definitely still some cloudiness over there. Now, looking to my west, it's not particularly bright. At the horizon, you can also see cloudiness over the sea. Over here, it is a bit more open. Directly overhead, it is of course also more or less open. Looking to the east right now, more land inward. In the immediate vicinity it looks a bit more open. At the horizon also more cloudiness. The north, where also the high pressure area is, or at least the core of it, you can definitely see at the horizon it is all clear, but then instead over here a bit closer by you can still see more cloudiness. Transavia, in the meantime, on its way to Palma de Mallorca, A321neo. And I'm also seeing in Marissa, there is a China Southern cargo that has been pushed back just now. If it's going to go to China, it's probably going to come this way as well. Air Canada flight 809 is coming this way and looks like it might cross the center runway pretty soon. Already on this side is KLM flight 903 to Inverness. That's an Embraer 175 coming this way. Gilberto also back in the chat. Good to see it. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Great goedemiddag. And welcome to the show everybody else who may have joined us in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. 1 of 2 runways in use for departures for another half hour or so, and after that it is going to be 1 runway for an hour. Paul wonders if the filling in of the lake was done for building the airport. Well, it's not filling in. It wasn't filling in, it was pumping out the water. The canal that is surrounding the municipality, the Ringvaart, was used to dump the water in. In Dutch the word is gemaal. Three pumps were used. Wind-driven pumps, no, steam-driven pumps, I stand corrected. And it took them 4 years to completely get rid of all the water in the lake. 4 years of pumping 24/7, no, not 24/7, 24/6, because Sunday, of course, was the day of God and was a rest day. 24/6. And it was done to prevent the flooding and whatnot. I think they also had the plan to make arable land out of it. The airport only came later. In the meantime, good afternoon, Raif. Raif is tuning in from Paramaribo. Good morning to you then. Probably still early in Suriname. Right, our next airplane over there. Embraer 175, KLM flight 903 to Inverness in Scotland. Air Canada flight 809 is also approaching, not too far away. And that's the New Holland tractor. He is on a lawn mowing mission. If I recall correctly, but I don't remember, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I thought they did this, the emptying of the lake in the 1860s or so, I think. Lisa would know that, she's good with stuff like this, but I thought it was in the 1860s or something that they finished emptying the lake. 4 years of pumping it has taken them. If you look on the map and you follow the runway direction of the Kaagbaan, runway 06, and you follow it to the southwest, you'll end up at lakes that are Kagerplassen, the lakes after which the runway 0624 has been named. Over there, one of the 3 pumps is located. Another one is not too far from here, between Vijfhuizen and Heemstede, more or less. That's a museum. Highly recommended if you're ever in the vicinity that you visit it. It's the history of the whole municipality and what they found when they also pumped it dry. History of the formation of everything in it, including Schiphol Airport. Air Canada flight 809 is next. 7878 Dreamliner to Toronto, Canada. The Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Yankee. Another Quebec in the registration of this airplane. Indeed, Maria Krukius. Ten-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014. Going away with the loot. Next after this is going to be KLM flight 1201 and Embraer 190 to Oslo. little bit earlier. Thank you, Air Alton. It was in 1852 already that Haarlemmermeer was completely made dry. Now, if you look on the map, you can see that surrounding Schiphol there is a body of water. It runs over here. It is continuing over here, along Zwanenburg, and then here, along Vijfhuizen, Krukius, going towards my hometown, Lisse, and then around here are the lakes, the Kaag lakes, and this all used to be an inland lake, this whole part. So everything that you see over here, if you think that's big, this whole unit is a separate province that we also made by making an inland lake dry. This is the province of Flevoland. Well, I think technically speaking, this part also is part of the province, but this is made dry, and this also is for the better part made dry. Urk is a town over here that used to be an island in an inland sea. So yeah. It's not without a reason that worldwide, whenever there are projects that involve water, that Dutch companies are often involved, because we have gathered a lot of know-how over the course of centuries in this subject matter. On this subject, I should say. That's exactly what I'm saying, Paul. We already contributed our share to the global sea levels rising. We did that centuries ago. We were front runners in that field. May, Malky is also back in the chat. Didn't see you enter in the chat there, mate. Apologies. Hope you're doing well, mate. Welcome back. Marissa has to go. Thank you for joining us today, Marissa. Hope to see you again in the weekend then. Well, the weather should be good on the upcoming days. I'm expecting to be able to do 4 consecutive days of streaming. A large amount is in my salad converted to vodka, indeed. You know it, Frank, you know it. The 78710 getting away from us. Cathay 1000, A350 1000, 78710, no, A350 1000, Cathay Pacific, flight 270 to Hong Kong. Malky did a pancake entrance and crept in. Keep them coming, mate. We cannot condone such crappy behavior, Malky. (737-06) in the background. Wilma also announcing that she has to go. See you later, Wilma. Thank you for joining. Hopefully see you again later in the weekend. Art is wondering if this runway will change to arrivals, and the answer is no, it's not going to happen. The upcoming days, the wind is expected to stay from the northeast to east, so I am not expecting any runway changes. Not today, maybe tomorrow, but probably not, because runway 0927 is still closed, and I think it's going to reopen again only on Monday or maybe later on Sunday. That means that with wind blowing from the east, Kaagbaan can basically only be used for one direction, and that's a direction of traffic, and that is inbound traffic. And if the Kaagbaan is more or less forced to be used for inbound traffic, that means that outbound traffic, even when the wind will turn further to the east, will be used as runway for outbound traffic. So I'm expecting the same runway use as today for the next couple of days. Maybe on Sunday it might change, but not today, tomorrow, and also probably not on Saturday. Malky, in the meantime, gifting 5 memberships. Mate, you did not have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity, Malky. That is sweet of you. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are one of Malky's recipients, don't forget to say thank you to him. Make sure to have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Malky, thank you so much, mate. You really didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway, so thank you so much. And it seems that we've crossed through 500 likes today. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, maybe you want to add to the likes and maybe subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to help this channel for free. It's alleged to help bring in new people. I'm not sure that it does. I think the algorithm works in more obscure ways, but it probably cannot hurt. Let's keep it at that. This is Air Canada flight 901, which will be leaving for Montreal. And if you look at flight radar, you can see more heavy hitters are coming. If all is well, in 17 minutes from now, center is going to close and we'll have a power hour of everything outbound taking off via the runway we're standing next to. In the meantime, Ita taking off, climbing out already quite ambitiously, steeply. Beautiful A220. Bombardier C-Series 100 going to Milan. Is your sister coming in today, Art? If she's on the A380, is it flight 147 or what is it? 149, the evening flight. And good afternoon, Apa here? Is that the right way of pronouncing it? Nice to see you too, mate. Welcome to the show. Nice views indeed. It's a bit windy, more windy than I prefer, but it is okay. I'm happy to see that at least the sun is out a bit more than in the morning hours. It was definitely a bit more cloudy in the morning. Things look so much better when we do have good lighting. Oh, let me also... I've had my camera set to a manual white balance for a long time now. And I think with sunny weather that looks good, but it sometimes can look a bit bluish. And I thought, I think I only set it firmly to a fixed setting because I did a time lapse once, for which it is handy to have stable white balance, but I don't think it is necessarily necessary right now. Might go back to auto, see what that does. Auto white balance. Oh no. This does not look good, does it? How can this be the natural white balance? It looks all... This is too warm, isn't it? This looks crappy. How can my camera have this as an auto white balance? This is the sun setting, daylight, but that's still not good. This is my manual setting. In the meantime, Gary Grebe also here, so now I remember why I had it set on this camera to manual as well. Oh, the white balance. Wow, that looked nasty. Gary Grebe, what a trooper, swimming against the wind. Right, well. Don't need to revisit the idea of going back to auto white balance. That looked terrible. Hey, we saw play in the background arriving not too long ago. Guess who's back? Pretty soon we can make the chat completely red again. Play flight 461 to Reykjavik in Iceland, A320neo will be next. Next after the Chinese triple. China Southern Cargo flight 496 is about to line up. The Bravo 2042 777 freighter, destination is Shanghai in China. 12-year-old airplane, first flight July 2013. Hey, Captain Edibos is also back in the chat. And Roshan asks if I will wait for the A380 departure. The answer is no, unfortunately I will not. Otto was not doing a good job with the white balance indeed, Bert. That looked terrible, didn't it? I wonder why that is. You'd think Auto white balance would look decent enough, but apparently maybe looking into the sun so regularly with my camera has damaged something. At least I can still override it manually and set a number of Kelvin. That is at least under today's conditions working good, working adequately. Howdy Erik, goedemiddag. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's make the chat bleed like it's never bled before. Play flight 461 A320neo on its way to Reykjavik, Iceland in a few moments. It's the TFPPA Papa Papa Alpha. 5-year-old airplane, first flight April 2020. Next after this we are going to see United Airlines perhaps, or more likely EasyJet, which is in Cheaters Lane. EasyJet flight 22516 going to London Luton. There we go. Ray even using his membership anniversary to use to make the chat. He uses the membership anniversary to make the chat bleed. Absolutely perfect. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Ray. Playtime it is. One Marissa has gone, but another Marissa has entered. Good day, Marissa. Time to make the chat orange. It is EasyJet. Look away if you are gluten intolerant, because this one might give you the cramps. EasyJet flight 22516. It's an A319 going to London Luton. The gas BJ. Good afternoon, Rani, Bowie de Powie. Johan, goedemiddag. All well over here, thank you so much. Hope that also goes for you. United Airlines up next. Going to Chicago. Chicago O'Hare. The November 29907. Also a custom emoji. United Airlines. Flight 908 7878 Dreamliner. 12-year-old airplane, first flight July 2013. Going from one windy airport to one windy city. Moped. Next up, KLM flight 927, going to Scotland, to Eden.
Bruh.
There it is. It's 9:54. Means that center runway is going to close pretty soon. One of the last airplanes taking off from that runway for the next hour was this 787. Means that the power hour for the Polderbaan is about to begin. Which actually is an inbound rush hour with 2 runways open for inbound traffic. But that means everything going out will leave via just one runway, and that is this runway. Makes it more busy here with traffic, means that all the wide bodies are also going to take off from this runway, regardless of whether they have a destination lying to the east or to the west of the Netherlands. The power hour is about to commence, so if you don't have to be anywhere, sit back and relax, because we are going to film it all. Art wonders if I've ever filmed at Princess Juliana Airport. The answer is no, I haven't. Maybe one day. But thus far, not yet. Big picture overview. This is looking to the north. This is currently what things look like in the west. Landing to the east, it looks like so. Looking to the south, you can see the clouds at the distance. That's the northern edge of a very big area that stretches until the Alps, with a lot of precipitation falling from it. Clouds themselves are probably still in Belgium. They are getting close to the Dutch border. Maybe even being a bit in the south of the country already. And in the north, there is a big area of high pressure which pushes against that rain area. It should push it further to the south. If all goes well, the more open weather type should prevail. This is KLM flight 661. Going to Chicago O'Hare. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Kilo, Charlie. 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. The airplane that you see in the background lining up is KLM flight 667, which is leaving for Austin, Texas. That's the 7879 Dreamliner. After that we are going to see KLM flight 735 to Willemstad, Curaçao. That's the 777-300. There's the 777 to Willemstad, Curaçao, 777-300, and over there we have the 7879 Dreamliner to Austin, Texas, KLM flight 667. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Hotel, Hotel. Hotel galore in the registration of this airplane, 7879 Dreamliner, and what age is it? It's 9 years old already. First flight August 2016. It's 12:58. The closure of the center runway is not too long, not too far away. And that's the Dreamliner to Austin spooling up. More wide bodies are approaching. So after KLM flight 735, the next airplane after the airplane now rolling is KLM flight 677 to Calgary. That's a 787-10. So we have the 777-300 in the background. And after that we are going to see another 787-10. Twin jet coming this way, producing a contrail. Nice contrasty backdrop against which we can see the airplane a bit more clearly than if it was flying against a blue backdrop. Hey, Jörg is also back. Good to see you, Jörg. Hope all is well. This is KLM flight 735 going to Willemstad. No, wait. Yeah, well, no. It is going to Willemstad, Curaçao. I was wrong. I was confusing this airplane with the one behind it. KLM flight 735 to Willemstad, Curaçao, 777-300 PHBVI Bravo Victor India. Happy to hear that, Jörg. Bon appetit. KLM flight 677 to Calgary is lined up right now. is rolling. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Kilo Hotel. 78710, 5 years old. First flight May 2020. Hey, good news, Jellard. Cargo Lux 747 to Luxembourg in pushback. Since it is now 1:01, I am expecting that 747 will be taking off from this runway. Is that confirmed on CDM? Insofar as that it can be found on CDM. Hey Clementia, goedemiddag. Welcome back. Pretty windy here today, and it's not slowing down yet. This is what the wind on the scale of chimney smoke looks like, and the meter tells us that it's still 15 knots of wind from 060 degrees. Now once again the sun is hiding behind a veil of thin clouds. Bit of a watery sunshine over here. KLM flight 1177, Embraer 175 to Stavanger. And I am looking on flight radar to see what else is coming this way. It does look like there is still KLM flight 1819 taking off to Frankfurt from the center runway in a few moments. And I am wondering if that really is the last airplane taking off from that runway. All well over here, Clemencia. Hope that also goes for you. Right, this is KLM 1177 to Stavanger, Embraer 175. Don't suppose there's anyone watching right now who kept track of how many airplane types we've seen, right? I'm just wondering, Embraers, Embraer 175s, Embraer 190s, how many do you see on average during a stream? I'm suspecting quite a few. Obviously, with the 737s and the A320s, they form the majority of the traffic that you see on an average stream. I wonder if it is one of the Embraer types that you see the most often. I suspect it is the case, but you have to measure it, of course, to know for sure. So, waiting for the traffic to come this way. E2 Embraer to Birmingham and an Embraer 190 to Billund are the first two airplanes coming this way. In the meantime, let's have a look on flight radar. So, the A380 is approaching. Is expected to land around 1:38. So that's going to a runway 36 right, most likely. Transavia Retro is also approaching via the east, so I'm also suspecting that will go to 36 right today. Those are all landing on the runway that is diametrically on the other side of the runway from where we are standing. For those of you who are more visually inclined, let's refresh the meter. It's already automatically updating in the ticker, but here you can also see the visualization. With runway 36 left, as the runway heading taking off to the north, you can see that the wind is blowing from the right, almost at cross angles, almost perpendicular to the runway heading. A lot of crosswind, but also a bit of headwind. Wind speed 50 knots. It's been a bit higher with gusts earlier. Now 15 knots. 14 degrees is the temperature. That means it's less than 60 Fahrenheit. KVK still means that the ceiling and visibility are okay. 10 plus kilometers of visibility. Relatively high pressure. No rain expected anytime soon. Not today at least. Nor tomorrow. Maybe a few droplets on Saturday and maybe on Sunday too is what they said in the weather report yesterday. But that might still change going forward. We'll have to see. W says that cargo log 747 will depart around 1:15 via runway center according to CDM. That's interesting. That's interesting. If that's the case, it means that they keep open the center runway longer than they normally would have. I hope you're wrong, but thus far there are still airplanes taking off from center, such as the Transavia Ecstasy Express to Ibiza. And there's also number 175 to Luxembourg, so yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if ATC keeps open the runway longer so that the 747 can still use it. They also did that with the KLM 747 in the time slot between 11 and 11:40, when normally the Polderbaan would also have been the only runway open for departures. And yet they kept it open and let the KLM 747 be the last airplane that still was allowed to take off from it. I wonder if they're doing the same. Right, I've yet to see a single instance of people reporting buffering. I'm very pleased to hear that, or at least to not hear that. So it looks like the stability of today's show is quite good. Are you guys still experiencing somewhere between 10 and 20 seconds of delay versus the actual time, or has the delay become a bit more than that for some of you? For those of you who are wondering why I'm asking this, I'm testing out a new latency setting that you can also set in YouTube Studio. A bit more delay with less susceptibility to buffering. Testing out how that works today. Delta Airlines Flight 163 still went around the southern threshold of the center runway. You can see there are still a few airplanes, including a few that are destined to go to Istanbul, which are still being directed to the center runway. So I'm afraid that what W saw on CDM might come true. It does look like they are keeping open the runway, the center runway, longer than normally would have been the case. It's already 1:10. Center is still open, as you can clearly see on flight radar. Still 10 hours and 5 seconds, no change, Maria says. Still 22 for Paul, no buffering evident. Still the same for Bus as well, around 15 seconds. Right, Frank also reporting no buffering. I'm pleased to hear that. Litmus test, of course, being V3, Victor 3, which I'm pretty sure we'll go back to sometime soon. Schwarzenegger is at work. Wolfgang Amadeus Schwarzenegger definitely is at work. "19 seconds for Stefan and for W. Okay, well, stable stream, stable delay. Delay within the realm of being still acceptable, at least as far as I'm concerned. I don't think that the setting I had it on before, the low setting. There are 3 settings: normal, low, and ultra low latency. I have had it on low all throughout. That means it should be a bit more live, quote unquote, with less delay, but more prone more susceptible, I should say, to buffering, and that's even more so the case for the ultra low latency setting, which I never had it on to begin with. I always had it on low, the middle setting, so to speak. Now I've had it on normal for today's show. But when the stream does stutter, it apparently also introduces a delay for a lot of you. And I'm pretty sure that we've had more than that 20 seconds that most of you are reporting, or less than that even, during earlier streams. So I'm thinking this is probably, at first glance this looks to be a more stable setting with on average less delay than you otherwise would have had because of the buffering. So we'll see. It's certainly a good reason to continue experimenting with this setting. At least for this location now we know what the average delay is for you guys. Next time I'm coming back here, I will do a stream again with the low latency settings so that we can compare the instances of buffering and also the seconds of delay for you guys. We're waiting. Delta Airlines Flight 163 is approaching. On its way to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Embraer 190 going to Bremen. There's definitely more coming, but we need to be patient since the center runway is not yet closed. That's unfortunately causing our flow of traffic to be a bit less than it normally would have been at this point already. The antenna is in the laptop then, Frank, so I would say 60 centimeters or so. Delta Airlines Flight 163 taxiing this way, A330-300. November 815, November Whiskey. 18-year-old airplane, first flight January 2007. Taxi speed around 25 knots, which equates to a tad under 50 kilometers an hour. Paul says, weirdly, I used to get buffering when you track goods, creeps, etc. The only thing I can imagine is that when you have to make the stream more compact. What's the word again? Compacting it. This is more difficult to make smaller than a more homogeneous structure like perhaps the grass or the road is, or the sky. What's that word? I think it starts with a C. Hadi Martin, goedemiddag. Malky only gets buffering when watching James May on Top Gear. It's a good thing he left then. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Compressing, that's the word. It was at the tip of my tongue. I also have that in Dutch very regularly. That I often have that I find the English word easier. More quickly, more easily than the Dutch word when I'm looking for words, but compression, that's the word I was looking for. Compacting? No, compression. Wesley, goedemiddag. Leo, goedemiddag. Herpadurpadurpa, using Cheaters Lane. Delta Airlines Flight 163 in the meantime lined up at the runway threshold, ready to go to Minneapolis, Minnesota. This airplane is 18 years old, first flight January 2007, the November 815 November Whiskey. Wesley asks the location where I am standing, if you need to pass security or anything. You don't. This is public domain. Where I am standing is next to a cycling path. You can see there are people over here as well. This is a cycling path, and there is a parking lot where also people are standing, although not as many today as normally would be the case on a sunny Sunday, for instance. People are sitting here in the grass, as you can see or barely see. This is all public terrain, mates. This is where you can cycle to and walk to, and drive your car to the parking lot. Mike Wild is also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back, Mike. Hope all is well. In the meantime, they keep using the center runway for traffic. Unfortunately, still open, and the next airplane taking off from that runway is one that you want to keep an eye out for. So that's why I am focusing on it. Cargo Lux going to Luxembourg probably will climb out very rapidly. The LXUCV. (747-400). 21 years old, first flight April 2004, now lined up, ready to go. Quite a few wide bodies are coming this way. Before those have arrived here and are ready to go, will be ready to go, we will already have seen the departure of Cargo Lux, if all is well. Howdy Pieter, lekker bezig, dankjewel, thank you. Alrighty, Cargo Lux, how about you start rolling? Waiting, 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 waiting. Think it's begun moving. I think, yep, most certainly has. There it is, Cargo Lux to Luxembourg. Already getting off the ground. Going to Luxembourg, not very heavily loaded with fuel at least. Not sure about the cargo part, but it most certainly will not have a lot of fuel on board for such a relatively short flight. Oh, and it's a bit wobbly. The wind is now blowing more or less perpendicularly to the camera. gusts will impact following. Plus I have image stabilizer enabled, that always makes things a bit more wobbly. It would be even worse without image stabilizer. Going via the wrong runway. Yo, Alan. Good afternoon. What the fuck? I've just woke up. What did you do yesterday? Well, good afternoon to you too, sunshine. Must have been a good night yesterday then. Right. Time to quickly replace a battery. It does look like the center runway has now closed for business and everything. Outbound is coming to the Polderbaan. A slew of airplanes is coming this way. And among them, quite a few wide bodies. So that should make for good viewing pretty soon. Convoy indeed. The stampede. So what are we looking at? Delta Airlines Flight 137 to Detroit, Michigan. The first contender to take off here. November 408 Delta X-Ray A330neo. Next will be two 777s from KLM, a 777-300 to Sao Paulo, coming first. After that, KLM Flight 603 to LAX, 777-200. In the meantime, if you hear some crackling, I am already putting my 6th battery for the heated gloves ready. I already replaced one, the other is going to give out pretty soon, I expect. 3 sets should give me coverage more than enough. Yeah, Paul wonders if I'm staying warm. I am staying warm. I am already pretty well, some might think it's being overdressed, but I have heated gloves on. These babies will keep your hands nice and warm. With 3 sets of batteries, that'll work nicely. I wear a buff over my neck, winter sport garment that will also keep your neck warm. I have a hat with my microphone on it, and on top of that I have a hat which also keeps my ears somewhat warm. I am wearing a pair of rain trousers over my jeans, which covers my legs from the wind somewhat. That keeps me quite comfy and warm out here, so no issues. If it starts to get really cold, I can still switch the jeans for ski trousers under the rain trousers for extra padded warmth. Thus far, those layers will have helped me quite well to keep warm, even under the most wintry of conditions. Next up, KLM Flight 791 going to Sao Paulo, which is in Brazil, and that is right on the same continent as
Ecuador!
Here it is, 777-300 the PHBVS Bravo Victor Sierra, 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Thing is, on paper it doesn't look to be that cold, but if you are standing here and you're standing stationary and you're in an open field, constantly being exposed to the wind, if you've never been here yourself, you probably underestimate just how cold you can get here. Ask anybody who's been here, who has been part of the ground crew. They'll tell you. You're in an open field here. If there's wind, it can get colder than you think it is going to be, and if there's no wind, it is quite possibly getting warmer than you thought it was going to be. I'm not sure which is worst. Both are not comfortable, being out here and you're underdressed, but also if you're overdressed. Layering and having options, of course, is key. This is KLM Flight 602 777-200 going to LAX, the PHBQK. Now it's time for a duo of Embraers, and after that it's time for the wide bodies once again. Let's see, this is KLM Flight 939 to Glasgow, Embraer 190, and there it happened. Battery of my other glove also giving out. Jörg has to go again. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Hopefully see you again later in the weekend. In the meantime, the Britty hopper over here to Glasgow. Embraer 190 long range. Flying on behalf of KLM, Flight 939. You can already see in the background the wide bodies. 1, 2, 3. Next up, KLM Flight 1333 to Poznan. Poznan in Poland. Embraer 175 to Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Sierra. Bird control is going to come over here to do a photo bomb. Nicely positioned. Thank you, K3. Hey, it's a Ford Ranger with wings. Oh wait, no. It was just looking like that for a moment. Ah, that's good timing. Yeah, the airplane is winning the drag race. And off the ground it is. Clear winner. A380 arriving over the Kagenplassen. Can already see it. Hey! Interesting. Have I forgot to put the focus back to manual? It seems I did. There you go. That's the A380 approaching. In the meantime, over here we have a KLM A330-200 going to Washington. Spooling up. KLM flight 651. PH AOF. FWOF. Next up is going to be KLM flight 705 to Rio de Janeiro, of course on the same continent as PHBQL 777-200 19 years old, first flight February 2006. They're in a hurry, no time to waste, gotta move with haste. KLM flight 757 to Panama City next after that. That's 777-300 It's a nice comparison, 777-200 versus 300 back to back. KLM flight 757 lined up, ready to go to Panama City. The PHBVC, Bravo Victor Charlie. And already on the move. 16-year-old airplane, first flight May 2009. A lot of rudder movement indeed. Look at the ticker and you see the wind. Hey, that's a nice combo shot there with the A380, isn't it? That might even make a nice thumbnail. The airplanes are still crabbing out, as you can see, leaning in against the wind, which is blowing from the right in this orientation. Right, let's see. Narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies for the time being. I don't see any wide bodies anymore that are expected to come this way. So it seems that the wide bodies exodus has stopped already. Let's see that. Let's look a bit further. It's all narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies now. Yeah, Delta Airlines Flight 75. That's the only one I'm seeing right now. Still a shitload of narrow bodies before it. Airways, flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1285, Embraer 190 to Aalborg. It is narrow but it's fast right now. It is time for KLM flight 1755 to Hamburg. This is a 737-700. We have another German Airways Embraer 190 over there. KLM E2 Embraer. Anything else? Nothing else? Oh dear. KLM flight 1755 to Hamburg, already airborne, not too far away, Hamburg. Paul says, looking at approximately 30 seconds of delay right now. Do you mean to say that your delay has increased? How's that possible? That's interesting. Martin has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Martin, and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Now I am also thinking of whether or not it is worthwhile to hang out here for much longer, since there's not much in the way of wide bodies coming this way. Paul is still at 22 seconds. Now apparently you can also fast forward a little if you are... encountering a lot of delay, you can also apparently fast forward a little bit, which should help to reduce the delay. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. Transavia to Eindhoven. Relocation flight, I think. Here on Cheaters Lane. If that is a relocation flight, I am expecting the airplane to take off and rotate very soon and climb out steeply. Hey Sander, goedemiddag. Yeah, indeed, the A380 just now landed here on the Kagbaan. We happened to catch it as we were filming a departure here as well. Yep, already taking off via Cheaters Lane, but still already airborne. Just has the crew and a little bit of fuel fuel on board to get from Amsterdam to Eindhoven. Hey, China A350 pinging. Good news, Paul. Because it seems that things are slower now than they were on Monday, so I'm wondering, is it worthwhile hanging around for? Does seem that Emirates Flight 75 is now on the move this way, and if the Chinese A350 is also in the process of being pushed back, that will mean these two airplanes will be here pretty soon, particularly since they can cross the center runway directly. E2 Embraer 195 over here. That's going to Munich. Trying to film and also scroll on Flight Radar because I was on the main platform area with my map. Then I had to go back to the Polderbaan to see what this airplane was. Hey, nice. Sachtler is going out with the big lens again. Rented it for the weekend. Going into nature, or are you also going to Schiphol? It is addictive, that big lens, isn't it? I am curious what it would cost you to rent such a big lens for a weekend. A couple of tenors, probably. Now, I think we already saw this airplane before. It's going to be the second appearance of the Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery from KLM. We saw it leave for its previous destination earlier in the show. It apparently returned and is now ready to go out to another destination again. Going into nature again. Oosterwouders Plus, a nice Sachtler. Weather should be good, or at least decent enough. Mostly dry. Celia is tuning in from Lurkers Lounge. Good to see you, mate. Now, what is happening here? The Embraer 190 is supposed to go to Persenchester, but it's stopping there. Stefan also has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. What is up with the airplanes today? Last week, more generally speaking. €160. I think that's still pretty steep for just 2 days. The rental, wow. I should also start buying big camera lenses and start renting them out. Good business model, if there's enough demand for it. While we're waiting for the SkyTeam liveried Embraer 190, in the meantime, this New Holland tractor is mowing, I think? Or is it? Looks like it is mowing. The Embraer 190 to Persenchester that is now standing still is on the the right-hand lane. So the upcoming traffic from behind will have to overtake on the left-hand side. 3 days, okay. Not Boerent, but Boerent indeed. Oh, mate. Boerent is a rental company here in the Netherlands. Not sure if this is international, probably isn't. Again, a play on words by the one and only Frank. Robert S., good afternoon. Oh, what's this? This is John Deere, isn't it? I think it is. John Deere, oh dear, oh dear. Here's New Holland. The Embraer has started continuing to the threshold. Also took a left-hand turn to the threshold and not straight ahead to Cheaters Lane. Uwe aus Leipzig, guten Tag und herzlich willkommen. Paul says, looks like an aerator. That might also be the case. I'm no agricultural expert by any means. Cannot stress that enough. Alright, here we go. It's KLM flight 1033 to Persenchester, Embraer 190. Second appearance in today's show. The KLM Embraer 190 and SkyTeam livery. We haven't seen the 737-900 today, have we? Don't think we did. We have. And away it is again. Next up will be Delta Airlines flight 075 to Atlanta, Georgia. I'm still not see. Oh wait, now I do see that the A350 is moving. Yeah, things seem to be a bit slow today. So I think I am going to wrap up after the A350 has taken off. That is a nice airplane to be waiting for. Crap, crap, crabbity crap, crap. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke is currently looking like this. It's blowing this way. Quite a bit of horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke today. Next airplane is KLM flight 1955 to Athens, 737-800 at Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Echo. JetBlue to New York, JFK is going to be next after that. Ray wonders if I smell the planes there, the kerosene. Well, you have to know that I have a runny nose whenever it gets a little cold and windy. I do also have that today. I'm not smelling that great. I'm not smelling anything, but that doesn't mean that people with good smell may smell something. I for one am not. But it could be possible with the wind blowing from the northeast. The exhaust gases are blowing into my direction. Now, most of the airplanes are already airborne here. Which makes it a bit less likely that they will hit me here on the ground. Unless they get caught in wake or something. Trying to sniff if I'm smelling any odors of jet fuel, and the answer is no, I do not, but that doesn't mean a lot actually. I have very blunted senses apparently. I smell my smell is not good. My eyesight is poor, my hearing is poor. Alrighty, JetBlue to New York, just fucking kidding. A321neo, flight 62289. I wonder, it says here B62289. Is it really a 5-digit flight number? Because they also sometimes have smaller flight numbers, 631 or something. Your filming skills are great, thank you, Buzz. You're good. Your voice is good. Indeed, it is, Rob. Luckily for me, it is. Otherwise, I would have trouble making making ends meet. Since I also have to use my voice in my day job as well. Hey, Han is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. JetBlue, the penultimate airplane of today's show. The last airplane of today's show is approaching. Oh no, it's over. It's being, it's been overtaken. So apparently, what we're looking at are the penultimate, third last, and the final airplane of today's show. Angry looking Chinese A350 seems to be saying, I don't want to go back to China. More tractors over here as well with I don't know what the official name for it is, but one of those things that you can sort the cut grass with, so that it is nicely stacked in lanes, so you can gather it a bit more easily. Right, this is the penultimate airplane of today's show. A 737 to Malaga with the A350 to Guangzhou in China as the last airplane for today's show. Oh, yet another cheater in cheater's lane. Of course, why not? Hey, that's interesting. I see an airplane that's not showing on flight radar. Apparently there's a Chinese cargo 777 that's not showing on flight radar. That is also approaching here. Two Chinese wide bodies back to back. Come on.
Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way.
Finally. Right. Embraer on the way, making room for the Chinese A350. And then on second thought, another Chinese A350. I thought it looked like a triple. I thought it was a cargo triple, but it's apparently two consecutive Chinese A350s. Well, nice grand finale of today's slow show, but without stuttering. So this is China Southern Flight 308 going to Guangzhou. Where the other airplane is going to, I don't know. Alright, last airplane of the day is a mystery airplane. an A350, which I suspect is going to join up, but I have absolutely no idea. Mystery A350. Nice way to end the stream. I'm going to go ahead and thank you all so much for joining me here. For those of you who are still here. It's been a windy day, but luckily the sun was out. I had fun. I hope you guys did too. If you did like what you saw and you want to help this channel reach a wider audience, then on paper, likes and subscriptions help. Well, I am not completely sure that's the case. A massive big thank you for all the super stickers, super chats, gifted memberships, those who renewed their membership or became a member themselves. A massive big thank you once again also to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to everybody. Should be back again tomorrow and on Saturday and Sunday too. I don't know yet where I'll be going to, but I am contemplating maybe the Takeoffs. Switch it up with some arrivals. The Mystery A350, the last airplane of today's show, it's crabbing out. The crosswind from the right is still blowing. Not sure if it's going to be better tomorrow, we'll find out then. For now I'm going to say goodbye, thanks for joining, stay safe and see you all soon. Take care and bye for now guys.